for the opportunity given to me to make this presentation. Actually, I made this presentation last year during the NMA week in Gombe. I should also make the same presentation. Now, I'm presenting medical practice, entrepreneurship, striking a balance. And I'm going to make this presentation based on these outlines. I go through introduction, qualities of an entrepreneur, stages of entrepreneurship, how to achieve financial freedom, the Jewish phenomenon, very, very important, then balancing medical practice and internet. Then I will conclude. Yeah? You're not seeing? Oh. What is happening? I started sharing it. Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see this.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So let me go to slideshow, right?
Yes, sir.
So based on this outline, I should go to share, yes? You can see it. Fine. So based on this slide, outline. Now, what here.
I can't hear from here. I don't know whether it's only me.
I think it's a network from Profen, if I got it right. But let's make sure we keep our speakers muted. It's only when we are given the opportunity to talk that we can unmute our phones, our speakers, and talk. So let's just stay put while we sort out few, technical challenges. Thank you.
Okay. You can hear me, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So
You know.
my slide is not showing again. Okay. Do you have flashlight? Bring it. Bring it. Bring it.
Oh.
Can present from here.
Sorry, I should present from here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay. So sorry for the mix-up. So is that one way?
You can use left and right.
Okay. Okay. So as I was saying, we actually go into entrepreneurship, not necessarily for profit, most of the time for profit purposes, but also creating value. Now, an entrepreneur is an individual who takes on financial risks. Very important to note that in every entrepreneurship, there must be a risk. If you don't take risks, according to someone, that you may spend the whole of your life working for someone. So, but if you really want to be an employer of labor or an entrepreneur, you must take risks. To start and grow a business using innovative ideas and strategies to capitalize on market opportunities. In every entrepreneur activity, you take opportunities, take advantage of opportunities. Everything about marketing is about opportunities. Now, an entrepreneur is someone who jumps off a cliff and builds a plane on way down. This statement is made by Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman was the co-founder of LinkedIn, a businessman who makes a lot of money. He is a podcaster, an author, and Hoffman is a very successful entrepreneur in the United States, and he made a lot of money. And he was the one that made this statement that entrepreneur is someone who jumps off a cliff and builds a plane on way down. What is wrong with the arrows? Okay, one has to navigate first. Now, what are the qualities of an entrepreneur? The fundamental qualities and attributes of entrepreneurs are number one, you must have passion. The basic of the entrepreneur's drive is passion, the fuel of motivation, responsible for the determined work ethics of every budding and successful entrepreneur. Doing what you love means you will have the passion to pursue your dream. If you are engaged in any business and you don't have a passion, then definitely that entrepreneurship or that business will not be successful. Then another quality is also purpose. Ask yourself exactly what you will offer your customers, as well as why you are helping to make their lives easier. Consider your purpose before every decision you make. Then planning. There's a saying that he who fails to plan is planning to fail. So planning is also one of the qualities of entrepreneurship. Proper planning is crucial to keep on track to realizing your objectives. Gathering market intelligence, researching, and accumulating knowledge is crucial to forming plans that will support and sustain growth. Study and find out everything about your industry, and also you should also know about your competitors in business, because in every business there are competitions, and so every competitor is trying to beat. So you have to understand, you have to also do a lot of research to understand everything about your industry or your business and also your competitors. You must be patient. A large part of being successful is being aware of what you can control and what is beyond your control. Change is what is constant in business. Therefore, you must be willing to be flexible and adaptable. So there has to be some flexibility in business. You must be patient. Perseverance. Not only in business, in everything, in schooling, in academics, whatever, you must persevere. Struggles in life, for one to be successful, you need to persevere. So this is a non-negotiable. This is non-negotiable. And what separates successful and unsuccessful entrepreneurs is perseverance. For those who are successful are those who persevere. Now, successful entrepreneurs understand they will never be in their comfort zone because standing still means not moving. So you have to move. Therefore, resilience and perseverance are vital to success in every form of entrepreneurship. Now, entrepreneurship has stages. There are 4 stages in entrepreneurship. Stage 1 is aspirational ideation. In this stage is where entrepreneurs have their first brilliant idea. You have to sit down and look. You get motivated to get into a business. Then you get inspired. Probably you see someone succeeding in business or someone very close to you. Then you develop an idea. That's the first stage of what? Inspiration and ideation. Then the second stage is the execution stage. And in this stage, it is time to execute on the business idea. Any idea you form about a business, you now execute it. The third stage is scaling the business. Sometimes people, either you scale up or you diversify. When I started farming, I started with millet farming. Then the first year I did my farming was I got 28 bags of millet. Then I started moving into dry season farming, rice, groundnut. I was getting just less than a 10 bag of groundnut, not more than 30 bags of rice. But I started scaling up. I actually had a plan. I got a very big plan for dry season farming because that was the first time I started the business. I did not cultivate the whole land. About 4 or 5, 6 hectares. I decided to cultivate only 2 because I was trying to test run. But with time, I started scaling up. And my target then was to start gradually and expand. So what I did was to give out some of the pieces or the portion of the land to some young men. I asked them to till and cultivate on the ground that later I will expand. So later I started scaling up from groundnut, from millet. I now started expanding and scaling up my farming business. Now, the first stage is reaching the top of the mountain, and that's when and most people may not be at this point because in business or in entrepreneurship, you keep on growing. People like Dangote, he was into farming, he was into rice, he was into sugar. He now started he went into cement, so flour, and so he was just scaling up his business. He was also diversifying. And that's how Dangote became. One thing I noticed about most successful entrepreneurs, they diversify. They don't just stick to one business. They start from a mono entrepreneurship, then they start expanding, they scale up, and they go into various businesses. That's diversifying. Now, before you reach the top of the mountain, that's the stage 4. Now, how to achieve financial freedom? Well, in achieving financial freedom, I'm using a wrong slide. I don't know. But let me continue, don't worry. I will continue. I can, yeah. Okay, don't worry. I will use, no, don't worry. Let me see. Let me continue. I can manage it. the steps, actually there are 7 steps to achieve financial freedom. But what is financial freedom? If you are able to control your own life, you are able to control your own business, total control, complete control of your finances, that's when we can say you are able, or you have achieved financial freedom. And the most important thing about financial freedom is for you to be debt free and also to be able to invest and save a lot of money. So one can actually be successful, one can actually achieve financial freedom if he learn how to do that. Now, one of the ways of achieving financial freedom, number one, or the first step is for you must clearly define your financial goals. Now, before defining your financial goals, there are always called situation analysis. In every situation, you must do situation analysis. If you are appointed a CEO in any organization, the first thing you do is to do situation analysis. You conduct a study, a baseline study to see, to assess the situation in your parastatal. So also in business, the first thing you do is to do situation analysis. You have to study yourself. You must know where you are coming from. For you to go somewhere, you must know where you are coming from. So you must be able to what? You must be able to assess yourself. How much do you have in terms of savings? How much do you have in terms of debt? I mentioned debt because in business, you must be indebted. Even Dangote today, he collect loan from government. And we see a lot of successful businessmen, even in the US, where they are indebted. And so it's not a crime to be in debt in business. You must be indebted. It's one of the keys or factors that make a business to grow. And so after this situation analysis, then you now clearly define your goals, your own financial goals. Where do you want to go? And in defining your financial goals, you will put it in writing. Studies have shown that for those who are able to put their financial goals, they said that ink will never fade. So for you to achieve financial freedom, you put it in writing. All your goals and ends must be in writing. And when you put it in writing, the whole idea is that for those who put their goals in writing, the chances of succeeding is almost 42% compared to those who did not put or write down their goals or documented their goals. The next is you have to track and analyze your spendings. For you to achieve financial freedom, you have to spend less, so to say. You have to track and analyze. You don't just spend money anyhow. Let me give us example of Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett in 1958, he bought his home or house in the US at the cost of $31,500 US. Not up to $200,000 US, just $31,500 US. Today, as we are talking, Warren Buffett is worth $90 billion, but he still remains in his home. The same house he bought, that was 1958. So it shows that he analyzed his spending, and he spent less compared to someone like Kanye West. Kanye West is worth about $2.77 billion. But at a point in time, there was a time he dropped to about $400 million. And yet, Kanye West was living, his home was almost $20 million. And at that point, when he was $20 million, living in a house, $20 million, he was indebted to about $53 million. So you can see one has to be very careful the way, and these are two personalities. They are all rich men, but we can see the thriftiness in Warren Buffett. Probably that makes him one of the richest men in the world. So you also have to create budget. You don't just go about spending. Let me tell us one story. I traveled to Abuja some years back. So I and a friend, the friend is a grandson to one of the richest men in Gombe. In fact, the richest man in Gombe. So when we finished a meeting in Abuja, on our way back, we were on our way to the airport. Well, a night before, I entered one of the stores, Sahar stores, and I bought some perfumes. So the guy looked at me. He said, doctor, you bought some things? I said, yes. Jokingly, he said, you'll never be rich. I said, why? He said, because his grandfather, the richest man in Gombe, told him that if you buy small things like this, you will never be rich. And so since that day, I kept this into my heart. Buying small things. But that day I told him that, look, man, do you know the reason why I bought this? Actually, they are body sprays. Then body spray, sure, was 700 naira. And in Gombe, it was 1,000 naira per tube or bottle. And I bought about 3 or 5, and I bought some toothpaste because at the stores, things were cheaper compared to Gombe. And since I was not going to pay for way bill, I'm carrying my things. So I decided to buy so that I will cut down costs. He didn't know the reason why I was buying those goods. It wasn't because I was just being extravagant. And so one has to create his budget. Another very important thing is you must pay off your debt. You must pay off your debt. And you need to pay your debt so that you get motivated. The moment you pay off your debt, you get motivated. And you're also creating room for getting more debt, for getting more loans, so that you'll be trustworthy. Now, when I was doing my MB, master's postgraduate diploma in management, ABU Zaria, one of my teachers told us that another way of getting rich is by holding back. If you have debts, you are indebted, you hold back the debt. You don't release it, because if you pay back, it's like there will be no money in your bank account. And it's a way of bringing down your riches. But something that does not belong to you, you actually have to pay back. There is this Robert Kiyosaki. He's an American businessman, also a writer. This guy that wrote books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So he's an author and also a very successful businessman. One day he was asked how worth his riches. He said he was $1.2 billion indebted. But it was through debt that Robert was able to buy 15,000 rental homes in the United States, making him a very rich man. So, but the good thing is that you must what? You must be able to pay off your debt. That's one of the ways of achieving financial freedom. But as long as you are indebted, then you will never achieve financial freedom. You also have to invest. Average Americans in a year, they are able to save only 5% of their savings. But it was recommended that at least one should be able to save, you should be able to invest 20% of your savings. But before we go into investing, one has to pay himself salary. I remember in 2005, I got married in 2004. So I traveled to Zaria in 2005, just a year after our wedding, to see my in-laws. So when I went, we sat down with my father-in-law, we were gisting. Now he asked me about life in Gombe. Now he told me that my wife told him, because when my wife went to Zaria, her father asked her, how is doctor? Then he said, doctor is there, we are managing life. I said, doctor, so the father was shocked. He said, but he's a doctor now, how can you be managing life? My wife told him that the problem is that I have very plenty relatives. And so when people come to hospital, we admit them, I buy the drugs, I use my money to buy the drugs. Sometimes I borrow money to pay for the hospital bills, all my brothers and sisters and my relations. So at the end of the day, I do not save anything. So my father-in-law told me one thing, that Joshua, every month you must pay yourself salary. You must save something. You must pay yourself salary. I say, how? He said, if you collect your salary, split it into what? Into 3. Use 33%, your family, 33%, you can help others, then you invest or you save the 33%. So you see, there is no way one can invest 20% of his earning if you have not saved. And the only way you can save money is through what? Paying yourself salary as a doctor. We thank God that at least our salary is good. Now, sometimes we used to ask question that, but my salary is not enough. How can I save money? Now, you have to ask yourself also this question. As a doctor, you earn more than any other healthcare workers and even laborers, but you will be surprised that you don't have a home, you don't have a house. But there are nurses and some of the staff here that we have, they have homes, they have houses. They are even renting out, and yet you as a doctor, you don't have. So you must start investing, you must save money and invest the money so that you will be, you will have financial freedom. Now, how do we also achieve financial freedom? We have to create multiple streams of income. As doctors, after saving, after investing. Now, how do we invest? We can invest in different ways. We can go into farming, we can go into, there are a lot of business. When I came to, as doctors, we can have group, can I say clinic? Some of our colleagues here have clinics where about 2 or 3 or 4 of them will come together and they run the business and they are succeeding. This is where we can, as doctors, we can go into partnership, we can go into farming business, we can go into estate. I tell you, most of the rich men I've seen, they are into estate management or estate, whether estate management or developers. I have a friend in Abuja. This guy is worth 10 billion naira now. I know when he started, he went into estate. He buy land in Abuja, they go around, they see land, they buy the land, they sell, they keep on. And now he's not only into estate management, he's into he has car, what do we call this thing? He sell cars in Abuja. So, and very big cars, you know, in Abuja, a lot of money. You see a car, 150 million car. These are the brand of cars he sell in his stand in Abuja. So how did he start? He started from small land, buying land and selling, buying land and selling. And he started developing estate development. He would build a house and sell. And that's, and I realized most people, even in US, people like Ariel Sharon, I was in Israel some years back. I saw, they say that's his business. And he make a lot of money. So, but you have to start gradually. You have to start gradually. But looking at our environment here in Taraba, I think farming is a good business. If we can make some sacrifice, we can actually go into farming and gradually we can scale up, we can diversify. But the most important thing is that we must create multiple streams of income. Now, as doctors, we can have clinics, we can have farming, but the truth is that you cannot just stay inside the hospital working for FMC or specialist hospital or any general hospital and make money. But I tell you, a lot of business opportunities abound in Taraba State, and we can key in and work on it. Then another thing is we have to save for the future. Saving is also very important. Now, there is a formula also for saving. For instance, if you spend 100,000 in a month on your daily needs, so the whole idea, you are expected to save at least 3 times to 6 times what you spend in a month over the years. And that's another secret. And how do we get that? We can actually use that from our salaries. And if your salary is not enough, you can go out and hustle. A lot of people hustle. And one of the, I was going through some of the recommended hustlings in the United States. They say you can do Uber. But I know for some of us, and it was actually a doctor who mentioned that. As a doctor, you go and do Uber to increase or to create multiple streams of income. But I know for some of us here, we cannot go down to that level. But actually, we can go into partnership, we can go into private practice, we can go into a lot of things, but then later we'll discuss how to balance our time. Then most importantly, we have to also take care of our health. Studies have shown that 76% of millionaires in the United States, they do exercise at least 30 minutes daily. So exercise is very important. Your physical and mental health is very important, because if you don't maintain your physical and mental health, you will break down. And so the wealth you are looking for, if you are not in good health, you will not enjoy the wealth that you are looking for. So exercising is you need good sleep, you need exercise, you need to take care of your mental health, you have to take care of physical health, you have to control your diet, you have to make sure that the regular medical checkup, these are ways that you can maintain, because if you are not healthy, a lot of your money will be drained in managing your diseases. These are days that, especially in Africa or this country, where we are dealing with both communicable degenerative diseases and a lot of issues. So we have to maintain our physical and mental health, and to ensure that we achieve this financial freedom. Now, to be truly successful, there are 5 terms or the 5 freedoms. Time freedom, we must create time. We must have enough time. It will help us in achieving our financial freedom. Financial freedom, we have just discussed it. Then the mindset freedom, then location freedom. Location freedom is about, sometimes you have to travel. Sometimes when you make a lot of money, you have to travel outside your environment and visit places, so that it will be like an eye-opener to you. It also helps. Then vitality, that's all about health also. Now, I want to talk a little about the Jewish phenomena. The Jewish phenomena, all of us, we know who the Jews are. There is a book written by Steven Silbiger, and this book was actually summarized by Barry Subia, a leading digital marketing expert, and actually he's Kenyan. And so the amazing success of the Jews simply proves that they work. The Jewish phenomena pays tribute not merely to the success of a people, but to the common sense, wisdom, and enduring values that can enrich us all. The book, written, as I said, by Steven Silbiger, and Barry actually summarize it. And why am I talking about the Jewish phenomena? The Jews, we are all aware how successful they are. Currently, in the United States, not only in the United States, even in Germany, in Australia, in Austria, in fact, from 1930s, before the Second World War, between the First World War and Second World War, Jews have been successful. We have people like Albert Einstein. We have people, in fact, even designers, Calvin Klein, Mark Zuckerberg. In fact, most successful men in the world are Jewish. And Jews were hugely overrepresented among the very wealthy. They comprise more than 25% of people on the Forbes magazine. That's among the richest guys in the world. 45% of the 40 richest Americans are Jewish. 1/3 of all American multimillionaires are Jewish. 20% of professors in leading universities in the United States are Jewish. 30% of American Nobel Prize in sciences, the winners, are Jewish. But you see, the striking things about the Jews, they make only 1.8 to 2% of the total population in the United States. But they are responsible for 40% of political funding in the United States. And so they are the main lobbies. That's why you see globally, anywhere you talk about Jews, they crush you, because they are everywhere, they are successful, but they are very few. But they almost hold the ace. And they decide what happens anywhere in the world because of what? Now, this book, written by Silbiger, was summarized by Barry Subia. And so what is so important about these Jewish people? The findings were that real wealth is portable. They have knowledge. The Jews invested so much in their children, education-wise, and so every Jewish child aspires to be successful. And so because they aspire to be, they invest so much. Studies have shown that average Jewish child spend more time reading his book, and very few of them spend time on watching TV, right from childhood. And so because they were trained in such a way that they take their education very serious, that creates avenue for them to be successful. There's also one thing about the Jewish communities. They support their communities. When they make money, they work harder to make money, but they also give back to the society, especially their Jewish community. In the United States, Philanthropic giving, it was estimated about 4.5 billion US dollars always go to philanthropic from the Jewish community. They are the people that make a lot of money, and they are the people that give more to philanthropy. And they are always professionals or an entrepreneur. They train their children to be professionals, either be an architect, an engineer, software engineer, medical doctor, lawyers. In fact, in legal firms, 40% of all legal firms in the US is owned by the Jews. And so they are also into entrepreneurship. Most successful Americans are Jewish. In Germany, they are Jewish. Before Hitler, most of the successful businessmen, entrepreneurs in Germany were Jewish. Even in Austria, almost half of the successful doctors in Austria at a point. In fact, at a point in time in 1930s, there were over 400 to 600 medical doctors practicing in New York alone. You can imagine, even in those years, they have already embedded the United States. So these are the summaries. And one of the important things about the Jews, they are able to develop their verbal confidence. They have verbal confidence. You can see how they are debating everywhere. And also they save money and selectively enjoy it. They also celebrate individually and encourage creativity. And they have something to prove it. And they have a drive to always succeed in life. And so what are we saying? I brought up this Jewish phenomena so that we understand that it's a concept, and there is something about the Jewish tradition. For some of us, like the Christians, you see in the Bible it is written, and money is the root of all evil. And so because of that, sometimes because of our background, sometimes in the north, especially with the northern Christians, we realize that we were taught not to love money. We have one negative attitude towards money. And because we have negative attitude towards money, we don't love money. In Igbo, among the Igbos, they like money. They are positive about money. And so every Igbo child wants to be rich. And that's why you see an Igbo child is always industrious. And he go into entrepreneurship. They care less sometimes about schooling, because entrepreneurship and business give them a lot of money. And so in Igbo land, if you are not rich, you are a small boy. During family meeting, it is only the rich that will speak, no matter how old you are. When you raise up your hand, your younger brother will tell you, my friend, sit down, how many containers you get? You see, so they boast about their money, and so they are so positive about money, and so also with the Jewish children and also their families. They are so positive about money, and they know that when you have money, you have power. And that's why you see all the troubles in this world now. You see Jews are everywhere, and they are controlling everywhere because they also have the money and they are using their money. So that is why I actually brought up this issue of Jewish phenomena. Now, how do we balance now? As doctors, we have our work, which is very demanding, especially in our settings. You see a doctor where one doctor sees 50 patients. When I was a medical officer in Gombe, I used to see about 60 to 65 patients. There was a time I have to ask my patients that they should go home, please. I asked how many of them come from Gombe within the town, and how many of them come outside Gombe. And for those who came outside Gombe, I asked them that they should wait. For those who came within the city, I begged them, I said they should go home and come back in the evening around 7 o'clock. I will go back and rest. I will come back in the evening and see them. When I returned, only 4 of them returned, but I was able to see them at least. So you can see, you see 50 to 60 patients. How do you cope with this? And in this situation, how do we have dearth of doctors here? We don't have enough. The burden is too much. How do we now marry this? Because definitely we have to look for money. We have to go into entrepreneurship. We have to go into business. We have to create multiple sources of income streams so that we can achieve this financial freedom. So most importantly, we have to what? If you have a business, if you have to delegate our responsibilities. You have to tax our employees or hire new employees so that they cover some of the activities in your clinic or in your farm. You don't have to be everywhere. As I'm talking to you now, when I came in April, I arrived Jalingo. So my friends were asking me, will you farm this year? I say, why not? I was able to farm. I harvested all my products in Gombe, but I was here. I only go sometimes for weekends and just supervise. You don't have to be everywhere. So you delegate responsibilities. Sometimes you have to automate tasks. where it is possible. You also optimize your schedules with careful forethought and planning. Planning is very important. You don't go into business. If you go into business and you are failing, I discuss with a lot of people, they say they go into farming and they lose. You see, most of the time when you go into farming, you will lose because you are not conversant with the way people farm. And there is also something I also want to share with us, especially for some of us that have tested farming before and they lost. Now, in dry season farming, that's where I got my experience most, and I made a lot of profit in dry season farming. You put a lot of money, but you also get a lot of money. For instance, when I started my dry season farming, I was very careful, as I told you before. I started gradually, then I was scaling up. Now, when I started, the first year I lost. Why? Because if you are doing dry season farming, in our area we do drawback farming. So we go to we have a dam in my village, and so during the rainy season, the dam overflows and occupy a very vast land. So once the rain is receding, the dam starts receding, and so as soon as this dam, the water started drawing back, we now started following and be planting the rice. Now we now transplant rice, we follow. So at the end, towards the end, you have to employ now workers who will watch over, who will be watering. You buy pumps, you buy pipes, you spend a lot of money. Now the first year of you engaging in farming, especially dry season farming, you will not make profit because assuming you spend 1 million naira buying pumps, buying pipes, then you pay for planting, you pay for the seed, you pay for workmanship, you pay for everything including bags. There's no way you can make profit that year. But the machines and the pipes you bought that first year, we call it, that's what we call in economics, what we call annuitization. You annuitize it. If you bought 250 watt machines and pipe, now assuming you are going to use the half-life of that pump is 5 years. So what it means is that you now divide 250 by 5, that is 50,000. So you now insert your 50,000 for that year for machine and pipes in your budget that year. If you do that, you realize that you will make a little gain. Then subsequently, you start making gains. For instance, when I started farming, I started with 20 bags, I now jumped to 50 bags of rice, then later 100, then 300, then more than 300. And the year I got 350 the first year, I actually invested 2.5 million. And I sold my rice at the cost of 7 million because then it was 25,000 naira per bag. The subsequent year, there was problem. Petrol went up. And so when petrol went up, my senior brother asked me, are you going to farm this year? It's going to be difficult. Then the price of petrol jumped from 250 naira to 700 to 690 naira. I told my brother, I say, even if a liter is 1,000 naira, I must farm. I asked him one question. I say, brother, have you ever seen where a businessman stopped doing business because the cost of transportation is high? No matter what, you key in the cost of transportation. I know definitely there is no way we can sell rice at 25 after buying petrol at 700 naira per liter. And that's what happened. That year, I sold 340 bags at almost 12.something million naira. I made a gain of almost 5 to 6 million naira that year. The previous year, it was 4.5 million. Then it increased to about 6 million. Now, so you see, in business, you have to understand this. So you have to plan. You have to optimize it. You have to also plan your business. Now, in balancing, the next thing is you have to maximize your dead time. What is dead time? Dead time is the time that you are sitting down doing nothing. So as a businessman, or if you want to go into entrepreneurship, you have to reduce your dead time. You plan and reduce your dead time. There's no time for going to relax too much at the bar or playing draft or chess in front of your house. No, that time will be utilized in trying to see that those hustles that you create, either it is farming, whether it is private clinic, whether whatever form of hustling, you now reduce your dead time. You maximize your dead time or reduce the dead time. You also have to what? Reduce your clinic hours if possible. For some of us here that work, if you are working with your colleagues, you have to make them understand. You have to be open and tell them your situation. If you are running a business, I so much believe that some of your colleagues will understand with you. But you don't leave your work completely, government work, and disappear. And you'll be found where? In your private clinic. That's not acceptable. So we have to try and reduce our clinic hours in such a way that we can also compensate with time. Basically, these are some of the few ways we can balance our practice with entrepreneurship. Now, reaching financial freedom while balancing a professional. Let me give us a story. There is a guy, a medical doctor, his name is Brian S. Foley. It's a rags to riches American success story. He grew up in poverty in one bedroom shack in a family without a car. No one in his family graduated college. He dropped out of high school. Eventually, he achieved degrees in liberal arts, chemistry, medicine, psychiatry, and a finance MBA from top 20 business schools. He has over 30 years of success investing experience. He is debt-free. Can you imagine? He is debt-free. Unlike Robert, who was indebted to 1.2 billion, despite having over 15,000 rental homes in the US. And he was financially independent. He enjoys teaching other physicians how to become financially free or financially what? Independent or achieve financial freedom in his blogs at wealthydog.org. He practiced medicine in Indiana, where he lives with his wife and 2 children and a crazy cat named President. Now, let me take us through some pictures to tell you, to show you my business, my farming. These are my millet. This is my millet farm. Last year, I got about 126 bags of millet in Gombe. This is my orchard. When my father-in-law told me in 2005 to pay myself salary, I started saving. And so 1 month, I collected my salary and I bought a piece of land in Gombe at the cost of 25,000 naira. So that piece of land, it was I think 2006 or so. That piece of land, I later sold it about 7 years ago at the cost of 2 million naira. Then one of my, we say we should create multiple sources of incomes. I worked with Afenet. I worked for Afenet. I supervised Mrs. campaign. In 3 months, there was a survey. We did some survey. And in 3 months, I was paid $8,000. And that $8,000, that was, I think, in 2000 or so. And when I convert, it was about 4 million naira. So I told you the first year I planted millet in my village, that's where I got 28 bags of millet. Now I converted that farm. I fenced it. I used about 6 million naira. Now I sold my piece of land 2 million naira, brought the 4 million I got from Afenet, that's about 6 million naira, and I fenced this farm. I planted trees, and I have a lot of trees. Let me take you through. This room I spent is my store, and the security, the guard, he has a small room there where the guy that watch over my farm. That's the orchard. I have a lot of trees there. This is blackcurrant. I have different trees there. This building, I spent about 1.7 million to build it. It's tiled, everything beautiful inside. I was telling people that I will come and be sleeping there. My relations told me that I shouldn't sleep in the bush. So when I was fencing this place and building this house, one fly animal was passing by. He said, but how can you say he's a doctor. People say yes, but why is he behaving like a madman? How can you come inside bush and be building a house, beautiful house like this? That he should be assessed by a psychiatrist. That's what the Fulani man told people around, my village people, that I need to be assessed by a psychiatrist because I was mad, pumping a lot of money inside bush. But I was actually investing. If I had not invested that money, probably I wouldn't have a single kobo now. It would have gone by now. And you can see the superstructures here. This structure was almost beside the tanks, they are still there and they are still new. Beside the tanks, this structure was about 400,000. I constructed it. I also have baobab trees. I have banana. I've been harvesting. This, my generator. Before, I now also brought in NEPA from my village to the farm. I bought some poles. This generator pumps, I used to generate, to pump water to water the trees when they were at nursery level. This roof you see, that's where I have a nursery for guinea fowl. I used to bring chicken, then I bring in eggs from guinea fowl. The chicken now will hatch, and that's my source of protein for so many years. I don't buy meat at a point in time. Then this one is another farm where I fence it for millet. Then I have rice farm also. This is where I do my dry season farming. You can see I used to get about 350 bags and above every year from this farm. This is my citrus from, I've started harvesting a long time ago. Mangoes I've started harvesting, and that is all about. Now, if you look at, you can see cows also there inside the farm. I am also into fattening. I buy cows, I will fatten them in 3 months. Sometimes if I buy cows about 10 million naira, I fatten them in 3 months, I can get a profit of 3 to 3.5 million naira in 3 months. So sometimes when I buy the cows, I bring them into the orchard so that they continue grazing there. Then it will reduce the cost of buying their feed. So that's what I've been doing for some times. In the slide I prepared just now before I mistakenly uploaded this one, I am trying to improve or expand. I've already bought some species of goats. I have one picture, very interesting. I got it on internet. Like it's a 3-story building, but it's made of cedar wood. So I've surrounded my orchard with some trees, big long trees. You can see them. We use them as pole wires, and I'm going to use, my plan is to use those woods actually to build a very big house for my goats. I bought some goats recently, a lot of them, and I've started rearing. I want to go into goats herding so that I will expand. It is also my plan, when I started this orchard, my plan is also to use the trees is for me to create a very cool environment so that even during very hot season in Gombe, I can do poultry. So I can bring noelas and any form of beds. So next stage is for me to start having poultry business in the same farm, because I have boreholes, I have enough water supply, I have electricity, I have generators, I have everything. So I'm trying to scale up this farming business. So I think this is the summary of what I'm doing. And by way of conclusion, our monthly take-home pay cannot take us home. Entrepreneurial venture through saving, investing, and creating multiple income streams is the surest way to financial independence and freedom. Don't just consider it, but jump in and do something. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow. This is more than interesting and motivating. Honestly, I got carried away listening to Prof. Well, Prof, we are very grateful for this very insightful.
Don't finish your bright.
Hello.
Okay,
Are we together? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So thank you very much, Prof, for this very insightful moment spent with you. I can see that your wealth of idea is so much to the extent that some of us cannot believe that you are a doctor. You are a doctor with a difference. Honestly, I wish this lecture was given, a long time ago. That would have helped to improve, some of us. Well, there are a lot of things that Prof has said. Being an entrepreneur, somebody who takes financial risks to start and grow a business using innovation, ideas, and strategies to capitalize on market opportunity. He has said a lot of things. So I will not like to waste too much time here. I believe a lot of us have questions to ask. A lot of us, have gray areas that you want Prof to shed more light on, so that we can leave this place with ideas and the ginger to go and invest, to go and do better than the way we are doing. So I would like to open this time to give the privilege to those who have questions or comments to quickly ask their question or make the comment. So the floor is open. If you have any question, you can indicate by raising up your hand. And if you don't want to talk, you can drop it on the chat box. Thank you.
I don't hear it clearly.
I can hear it. Okay. Kara is raising his hand.
Okay, Dr. Kara, Mr. Chair,
Hello. Yes, I'm with you.
you have the
Hello?
floor. Please ask your question quickly.
All right. Are we together? Can you
Yes,
hear
Chief.
me? You can hear me,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
All right. Good
Clearly.
evening. Good evening, everybody in the house. First of all, let me thank all the organizers and the presenters, especially the prof who has just concluded a very insightful and inspiring presentation. We really appreciate you, and we pray that you continue to increase in knowledge. God will grant you good health so that you continue to be a source of guidance and inspiration to young doctors like us, so that we can also grow like you. It's good that you are taking this topic for us. I'm sure all the participants in the house must have learned so much from all the things you have said. In fact, I've been nurturing the idea of bringing a farm just like you have explained. And with this, your presentation, it has reaffirmed and given me more assurances that stethoscope is not the only way out. We need to step aside and do some other things apart from our normal routine work. But the question sometimes that we have, despite the fact that doctors are, let's say, we will say our pay is good compared to other health workers, but however, with the economy in the country now, sometimes you find it very difficult to meet up with your daily demands if you rely on your salaries. And as such, I will want to ask, what are the possible suggestions as an individual nurturing the idea of trying to extend into maybe go into fishery or poultry or something, not relying on your salary? Is it a good idea that you start such a business on an account of maybe securing a loan from an organization, or it's rather better for an individual to make a long-term savings, little savings from your salary for a startup? That's just what I want to clarify. Meanwhile, I still commend you and thank you so much for the wonderful presentation.
Yeah. Thank you. Can I respond or?
I think Prof, you can respond quickly so that I will
Okay.
read
Thank
the
you
next
very
question
much,
on the chat
Dr.
box.
Kara, for the question. Now let me also share something with us. Like when I was doing my residency in Jude, I realized that the resident doctors in Jude used to have a cooperative society. I wanted to join, but they refused because they say my salary comes from Gombe. And so immediately I finished my residency, I came back to Gombe. I was the one that mobilized the doctors in specialist hospital and all the resident doctors working with the state to start a cooperative. And sincerely speaking, the cooperative we started, so when we started, I was contributing 200,000 per month. Some of my chiefs, level 16, 17, they refused. They were given 25 and 50, thinking that it was going to be a scam. So after I contributed in 2 years, 200,000 in 2 years was about 4.4. No, in one, I contributed 2.4 million. I think in 12 months, I was given 200,000. Yes. Then I was given a loan of 4 million. So, and when I started, I used the cooperative money to because in cooperative, the interest rate, when we started was 5%. Then later they increased it to 10%. Even at that, if you collect a loan of 4 million, You will pay 440 million in 2 years. No bank will give you a loan at 10%. No bank. Now the worst is even the CBN has also increased the interest rate to almost 20. So by the time you collect a loan, you will pay up to 30%. Now if you collect 10 million from a bank, you pay 30%, which means you are going to pay, and you know it's a compound interest. When you collect loan from a bank, it's compound interest. So if you collect 1 million and in 1 year, assuming the rate is 20%, if you collect 1 million, which means you are going to pay in 1 year, you are going to pay 1.2 million when they remove their bank charges. But if you make it 3 years or 2 years, if you make it 2 years, you are going to pay 1.4 million at 20%. If you make it 3 years, your repayment tenure, you pay 1.6 million. There was time I collected loan from First Bank in 2012, when I passed my part 2, I collected loan of 1.2. I went to Cotonou, I bought a pickup for my farming business. I paid about 1.8 in 3 years. 1.8. And so that was at 20%. Today you will never get a loan at 20%. You will get at 30%. So if you collect loan from the bank, the truth is that you only work for the bank. You spend the whole of your life working for them. You pay them back. At the end of the day, you go home with nothing. So my suggestion is, if you can go through cooperatives, that's the easiest way. Or if you have a brother who has little money, he can borrow you. Truly, let me tell you, I've been borrowing money from some good friends to do my business. If I see my friend who has a lot of money, I go and tell him, give me 10 million, I will pay you in 3 months. And this, I will tell him clearly what I'm going to do. And immediately I finish my business, I get 3 million in 3 months and I return the money to him. Sometimes I collect 5, join with my own, I collect loans and I turn around the money and I make a lot of profits. But you must be able to pay your debt. That's one secret. But to me, collecting loan from a bank today, in this our generation, gaskiya is a very difficult thing. You can pay, but the profit margin is very small, depending on if you are able to succeed. If you are starting a business newly, it's always difficult. Because most of the time when people start a new business, they may, but if you start with your own money, and let me tell you one thing about life, everything is gradual. When I started this farming, I started from 10 bucks, from 20 bucks, from gradually until I reached 300, 400 bucks. My target now is to get about 1,000 to 1,500 bags of rice. Some doctors in Gombe, they are doing it. They are all over now in Taraba. People from Gombe come to Taraba and some of them are doctors. I have a doctor that is getting in Numan, he's from Gombe, he's getting 1,500 bags of rice every dry season. And some of them are into hotel business. They started, I know when some of them started hotel business in Gombe, and they borrow money from friends, from relations, and they save money and did cooperatives. So the truth is that banks now is very difficult to make profit. You can make the profit if you are very smart, but the profit margin is small. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. The next question, I will take it from the chat box. The health sector is a gold mine. Why are most doctors not getting the benefit in the sector? That is the question from the High Chief in Kanta, Wedimo.
Yeah. Now, let me also say something. You see, when from Gombe, for those of you that are here in Taraba, although I had a discussion with some of the guys in private business, you know me, I'm not, when I used to be a doctor in those days, now I don't know what I am. So, like me now, I can't do surgery. All these skills, I've forgotten about them because in my brain is that Lassa fever, cholera, how to control meningitis or whatever, then my farming business. So, but truly, if you have the skills, medicine, especially in Taraba here, that's why I like some of the doctors that are into private practice. If you have a good side and you have equipment, truly you can make a lot of money. And you can also invite specialists from outside. They come, you get the cases, you do the surgery, they just come and do surgery and go. And you can make a lot of money, but it has to be a teamwork. One man alone cannot be successful because people, when you have a team of doctors, I think that a lot of opportunities here. Truly, that thing is on my mind. Since I was in Gombe, I used to see people from Taraba. Almost 25% of our patients in FT is going to be there from Taraba. So if you have a good clinic here in Taraba with the facilities, I'm telling you, you are going to be successful. And it has to be a teamwork. You can come together as a team. You have surgeons, you have gynecologists, you have pediatricians. You come together as a team and form a team. And you can do a lot of. And while you are doing, you see, you can't just depend on the health alone, the hospital, and make money. You must diversify. Most of the doctors I see in Gombe, first of all, they came together, they started joint, but they ended up, so they have to diversify. Some of them scattered the business and went into farming. You must diversify. Multiple stream of income is always the key. So you have to do a little of practice and then you now invest elsewhere. And farming, I tell you, in this Taraba, farming, you must farm if you want to make money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the insightful moments spent with you. I think we need more of this. We are not yet done with you. Thank God you are still with us. We believe that you will still create time for us when next we call on you. So we still have one more presentation left. So we are going to go into that session. And the topic is management of obstructive uropathy at primary healthcare level. And that will be taken by Dr. Ayodeji Apolayan, a consultant urologist.
Thank you, sir. Let me just
with the Department of
no problem, sir. Let me just
Urology in FTS Gombe. So we are going to give him the floor to commence the presentation. That is Dr. Ayodeji Apolayan, consultant urologist with FTS Gombe. And I also got to know that he is currently with us in Jalingo. So we are blessed. Taraba, we are blessed. We have Professor Joshua Difa, and we also have Dr. Ayodeji. They are all with us, so we're grateful. So you have the floor. You can start sharing your slides and go on with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a minute. I'd like to say thank you to Prof for a very good job, well done. It was quite enlightening and inspiring. I don't know if you can see my slide. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Can you see my slide, please?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. I want to also thank the leadership of NMA Taraba for the opportunity to make this presentation. My topic is management of obstructive uropathy at the PHC level. I work with Federal Teaching Hospital, Gombe. I'll be using this outline to make my presentation. What I hope to achieve in this presentation includes, at the end of the presentation, I want us to be able to define what obstructive uropathy is and then differentiate between upper and lower tract obstruction. We should be able to identify common causes of obstructive uropathy. At the PHC level, we should be able to recognize the presentation and then how to institute first-line management before appropriate referral and then prevent complications. So obstructive uropathy is a common cause of renal failure in our environment. But the good news is it's preventable. It's defined as the structural or functional interruption of urine flow anywhere along the urinary tract. And it has the potential of leading to renal impairment if not managed properly. Well, some people want to differentiate uropathy from nephropathy. Nephropathy refers to when you have renal parenchyma damage, or you can say secondary renal impairment from any cause. When it's from obstructive uropathy, it's called obstructive nephropathy. Obstructive uropathy may progress to nephropathy if it's not picked early and appropriately managed. And by the time those irreversible renal injuries occur, nephropathy would have set in. It's quite common. It accounts for, renal failure with an incidence of 1.7 in every 1,000, population. Some literatures have said it accounts for as much as 10% of the total, cases of renal failure. There is variation in the age and sex distribution. It's commoner at the very young ages, infancy, and then later in life. And we'll look at that later. It's also commoner in males than females for the simple fact that the males have, unique anatomical conditions that make them, more prone to developing these conditions. So this is just a little brief of relevant anatomy. If we say uropathy, what are we talking about? So central to this are the kidneys, which are depicted here. I hope you can see my images.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So there are two pairs of kidneys which are bean shaped, and they are located retroperitoneally in the abdomen. They overlie the vertebral level from T12 to L2 vertebral level. And these kidneys produce urine. And following production of this urine, it is passed to the renal pelvis, which eventually becomes the ureter, which is a thin tube, and empties into the reservoir, which is the bladder in this case. The bladder stores, and when conditions are appropriate, the individual will decide to void, and then the cycle continues. So urine production is a continuous production. Why are the kidneys so important? So probably just looking at some of the physiology. The kidneys are important because of their unique function. They help in the elimination of waste products from the body. They also help in regulation of electrolytes and fluids. They help in the regulation of blood pressure. They are important in, maintenance of vitamin D in the body. They also produce erythropoietin, among other functions. The blood supply to the kidneys and the urinary tract generally occurs, is given by the abdominal aorta and its branches, the form of renal artery, and lower down, you have the iliac arteries, and the venous drainage is in the same pattern. So anything that can cause obstruction at any level here is likely to give us some form of obstructive uropathy. It's important to note that the urinary tract is divided into two, the upper and lower tracts. So the kidneys and the ureters are considered the upper tracts, while the bladder and the urethra are the lower tracts. So this is common to both males and females. Sorry, my slide does not seem to be moving. Okay, so, but there are unique differences between the males and the females. At the level of the lower urinary tract, the males have a prostate, which serves the function of liquefying semen and also producing PSA. And the urethra passes through this prostate. The other unique thing to men is the fact that they have a longer urethra, which is about 20 cm on the average, as against the 4 cm urethra of females. And this is one of the reasons why the uropathies are commoner in the males, because of those pathologies that can affect these organs. Females don't have a prostate. So how do we classify this uropathy? We can look at it from various angles. We can look at it at the level of the obstruction, whether it's upper or lower. We can look at it in terms of the duration. If it's of sudden onset, within hours to days, you can say it's acute. If it lasts weeks to months, you can begin to talk about chronic. It can be complete or incomplete. Complete is when there's complete obstruction. Partial means there's some obstruction, but some urine is still able to pass. We can look at it in terms of laterality. For the upper tract, since there are 2 ureters, 2 kidneys, if it's affecting just one, says unilateral, if it's affecting both, bilateral. And we can look at it in terms of the etiology. What is causing it? And even then, we can look at it, is it an extrinsic cause? Is it within the lumen, or is it with intraluminal? And some of the causes have been mentioned here. So I just want to come down to some common causes. The list is endless, but I just want us to remember the common ones since the emphasis is on the primary healthcare level. In the children, early infants and neonates, the common things we have there are the PUJ obstruction, pelvic ureteric junction obstruction, posterior urethral valve, which is also quite common. And most of these things are congenital anomalies. So we must have a high index of suspicion. In the young adults, strictures are common, either the urethral strictures or the other forms of strictures that may affect the ureters. Stones are common in this age group. In fact, in the age group of 20 to 60 years, you discover that the incidence of uropathy in both males and females is almost equal. Road traffic accidents sometimes may give some form of urethral trauma, and patients may go into into retention. So it's also good to know. In the older men, because of the pathologies involving the prostate, enlargement of the prostate, which may be benign, or prostate cancer, are common in this age group. We have certain endemic conditions, like schistosomiasis. It's endemic in areas where people bathe in ponds and all that. And if not properly treated in childhood, it can give complications affecting the genitourinary tract, and commonly presents with strictures involving the ureters, or you can have bladder neck stenosis. The same thing with TB. It can affect genitourinary tracts and can affect the ureters, causing strictures there, or even the bladder. Another thing that is common here is the bladder tumor that we see. And some of it may stem from complications of long-standing schistosomiasis, which frequently give the squamous cell carcinoma. Other causes may be from, you may see this in also people who have smoked for long periods, as these are also important causes of bladder tumor. Well, in the women, we must look at other pelvic masses or malignancies. Cervical cancer is high here. When it is locally advanced, it can affect the ureteric orifices and cause obstruction. Pregnancy, of course, because of the sheer size of the baby and then the compression of the ureter, they tend to have some form of obstruction during pregnancy too. So they are advised on how to lie and how to go about the activities. So why are we so concerned about this obstructive uropathy? It's important to note that anytime there's obstruction, what usually happens is that there is going to be an increase in intraluminal pressure. And this pressure is transmitted backward to the kidneys. And if it is not relieved on time, a series of activities or events may occur. So this diagram is showing somebody with a stone in the ureter. The stone has prevented urine from flowing down, and the pressure is building up in the upper urinary tracts. And with time, this will, lead to destruction. It will impair blood flow to destroy the renal parenchyma, destroy the tubules. You're going to have atrophy and even secondary kinking. This is a secondary VR from long-standing pressure, because the Body will keep trying to see how it can overcome the stone. And where it is unsuccessful, then the urinary tract tends to succumb to this. So the main things that occur is that with unrelieved obstruction, there's going to be a reduction in the GFR, and there's going to be impairment in the tubular function. This also shows what can happen when you have an enlarged prostate compressing on the urethra. This pressure can also be transferred upward. And the end point is you can have irreversible renal impairment. So this is just a schematic showing probably what will occur when the obstruction occurs and is unrelieved. So a series of activities may occur. And you can have secondary infection because you have stasis. The obstruction itself can lead to stone if it was not a stone causing the initial obstruction. Infected urine can serve as a nitrous and stones are formed. But the end point is that you have destruction. You can see the renal cortex here is thinned out, and the kidney will lose its ability to perform a host of its functions. Some patients may develop even hypertension because of this. So having discussed this, how should these patients, or how do they usually present? Well, the presentation will depend on a lot of factors, so it's quite variable. It will depend on the site, it will depend on the degree of obstruction, and on the duration of the obstruction. Again, sometimes patients may present either as an emergency or elective. So we'll look at some of this presentation with the aim of being able to pick it and prevent further damage. So the emergency cases are the ones we probably need to worry about immediately. And the presentation, like I said, is varied. So some patients may present with fever, of course, with obstruction, with stasis, infection can occur. And some may even present with urosepsis, where they will have fever, malaise, poor appetite, can have irrational behavior or poor sensorium. Some may present with severe flank pain, like we see in those with stones. When the stones are in the urethra, it's usually an excruciating form of pain that may radiate to the groin or even the testes or labia. Of course, if we have patients presenting with acute urinary retention too, they may present with suprapubic pain. Sometimes patients with bladder tumor may also present with suprapubic pain. Some may have nausea and vomiting because of affectation of the upper tract. Suprapubic swelling, yes, may be seen in patients who present with acute urinary retention. In some cases, patients may present with hematuria, either from bleeding prostates, from bladder tumor, from stones. And this can be massive to the point that the patient presents even in shock. So when renal impairment sets in, some may present with uremic features, and the list is endless. Some may present with complications of uremic gastritis, uremic pericarditis. They can even have upper GI bleeding from all this. So it's good to probably have a high index of suspicion. For the elective cases, yes, gives you some more time. Symptoms are usually gradual and would depend on the underlying cause. But of note here is the fact that those who have lower urinary tract obstruction will present with lower urinary tract symptoms, and they are broadly divided into storage and voiding symptoms. The storage symptoms are the frequency, the urgency, the nocturia, and urgency incontinence. The voiding symptoms, also known as obstructive symptoms. The storage symptom is what was previously called the irritative symptoms. So the terminology now is storage and voiding symptoms. So the voiding symptoms will include hesitancy, patient having undue delay in initiating maturation, poor stream. They strain to try and improve the stream. They may be unsuccessful or be successful at the initial point, depending on the pathology. They have this feeling that the bladder does not empty completely, and some of them may have double voiding. Again, when we see new onset hypertension, we must be wary, especially when there's no chronic medical condition that may explain it. It may be from an obstructive uropathy. Some may present with complications from straining, such as groin swellings or anal protrusion in the form of hemorrhoids. So again, if we are going to look at it based on the sites, it can be just upper or lower urinary tract symptoms. And I've talked about some of these in passing. Again, you can have systemic symptoms, which are the fever, malaria, poor appetite, and the likes. So, but what signs should we look out for when we see these patients? For patients presenting with acute condition, they will usually be in painful distress, especially those with colics from renal ureteric stones. Those presenting retention, they are usually in pain and restless. Those who have superimposed infection or urosepsis may have pyrexia. They can have tachycardia, blood pressure can be low, either from sepsis or even from excessive bleeding and hypotension. For those who have malignancies, they may have accompanying features of weight loss. Of course, those who present in retention will usually have a palpable bladder, which may be painful or painless. It's painful in acute urinary retention. It's painless in chronic urinary retention. Usually there's no pain. Again, if you palpate a bladder mass, you may want to suspect a bladder cancer. And sometimes they may have hematuria and passage of necrotic tissue as part of it. If you pick the patient at the point where the renal failure is already occurring, then the features of renal failure and uremia can also be picked. For those who have obstruction that is affecting the upper tracts, yes, can have renal angle tenderness from superimposed infection. Of course, the kidneys, they can have massive hydronephrosis, and you may be able to ballot the kidneys easily. So, but when we get down to the lower tracts, for those with stricture, telltale signs, they can have a urethral induration when you examine. Some of them may develop a fistula because urine cannot pass. Water must find its level. So it can develop new sinuses and then urine passes wherever it can pass. Some of them may have what we call a watering can perineum, where they have multiple discharging sinuses and all that. Sometimes you may have tried passing a catheter and you are unable to do that. And one should usually note where the catheter gets arrested. Yes, for those with enlarged prostates, of course, when examining, once a digital rectal examination is done, the prostate is palpated, and one should try and characterize the prostate and define whether the features are benign or suspicious of malignancy. For benign enlargements, usually it will be regular, surface will be smooth, it has a firm consistency, and the mucosa is freely mobile, because the rectal mucosa is freely mobile over the prostate. But for the malignant prostate, it's usually hard, can be craggy, and nodular, and other telltale signs can be looked for. So I have noted the limitations that may occur at the primary healthcare level. They may not be able to do probably some sophisticated investigation. But what one should do, if the patient presents as an emergency, the key is resuscitation. But for elective presentation, it affords you the time to investigate the patient. But central to investigations that we really need include doing a urinalysis. The urine is analyzed. If you do a dipstick, you can pick presence of leukocyte esterase, presence of nitrites suggests infection. Blood can be detected, which will suggest that the patient is having some form of hematuria. Hematuria can be microscopic, so it's not in all cases that it will be visible. One may not see it with the visible eye, but the patient, there's presence of blood in the urine. The microscopic culture and sensitivity of that urine can also give an idea of the likely causes. one is able to confirm the material by picking the presence of red blood cells on microscopy. Telltale signs of the etiology can also be picked, like presence of crystals may suggest probably the patient has a stone. You can find schistosoma ova in patients with schistosomiasis in the urine. And the culture, we usually culture the offending, we give you an idea of the offending organism and the likely sensitivity. Serum, urea, electrolyte, and creatinine is also important for us to determine whether the patient is already having, uncompensated renal impairment. I say uncompensated because there are two kidneys. So even if one is having a damage, the other kidney, if functioning well, can perform the functions. So, but what we look out for here are the rising urea, rising creatinine, derangement in the electrolytes. Usually in renal failure, we have a picture of metabolic acidosis in which the bicarbonate will be low and the potassium will be high. So we have hyperkalemia. We watch out for this. Abdominal ultrasounds is usually readily available, is cheap, not expensive. It does not employ ionizing radiation, and is a quick way of examining the urinary tract. And features of obstruction can easily be picked. This ultrasound picture showing a scan of the kidney. This is the right kidney of a patient. And we can see that there's massive dilatation. This is the renal pelvis. You can see this is all urine showed by this dark portion, anechoic. So the renal pelvis is dilated. The calyces are also dilated, and the cortex of the kidney is thinned out. So this is obstructive uropathy and is already destroying the kidney. So nephropathy is beginning to set in. Well, other investigations that can be done would depend on what we think is wrong with the patient. Of course, PCV comes in handy to check if the patient is anemic. X-rays are also readily available, and where it is done, it can easily pick areas of calcification. Like this is a plain abdominal X-ray showing calcific densities within the area of the right kidney, and another calcific density here in the region of the left ureter. And this is suggestive of a patient who has multiple stones, renal and ureteric calculus. This REG of a patient, retrograde ureterogram. Suspect a patient has stricture, you may want to request for a retrograde ureterogram. This has outlined some portion of the anterior urethra, and there's an area of narrowing which suggests a stricture here. But of course, the stricture is not complete because contrast is still able to pass. So this is stricture. There are other investigations I would just want to mention for mentioning sake. I know they may not be readily available in the primary healthcare setting within our own place. So there are other things that can be done. Intravenous urogram, which assesses the urinary tract. It's an X-ray in which contrast is given, and it aims to, expose where, if there are obstruction and the likely cause of obstruction. Nowadays, with advancing technology, what we do now is CT urography, which is an advanced form of imaging. So if you have access to CT urography, there's no point doing IVU and all that. MRI is also there, but I'm just going to mention it in passing because we may not be able to do that at this level. So our role would include, one, how do we manage when we detect this? The principles of management is, one, we want to resuscitate. Having resuscitated the patient, we want to relieve obstruction. Then we want to do some symptomatic control. We want to control pain, we want to control infection, and the likes. Electrolyte derangement if present. And once the patient is stable enough, we want to refer the patient to a higher level of care so that patient can have definitive treatment. For resuscitation, the first thing is to assess whether the patient is hemodynamically stable or not. And telltale signs can be picked from even the vital signs. If you have a patient that is febrile, a patient with high pulse rate, that's tachycardia, low blood pressure, a patient who has irregular respiration, these are all telltale signs that the patient may be having some sepsis. And in this case, is a urosepsis. Patient may be dehydrated. So the first thing is to quickly secure an intravenous access, take blood samples for appropriate investigation, rehydrate the patient. If the patient is pale and needs blood, we transfuse appropriately. If we're able to confirm that there are electrolytes derangements, we try to institute that. And if it is clear that the patient will need some form of renal replacement therapy, then we quickly look for how to institute that or send the patient to where he can get that, because delay might be dangerous. Yes, for those who we can demonstrate that there's some form of infection or urosepsis, it's important to start parenteral antibiotics as soon as possible. And in starting the antibiotics, broad spectrum antibiotics like the quinolones, they work well for with the urologist. Because you may not have a culture result, you can start empirically, but where there are culture proven, results demonstrating the offending organism, then one can tailor the antibiotics to target the particular based on sensitivities. So symptomatic control, yes, for pain. Of course, we can't leave the patient in pain, so we want to give patients relief. So multimodal pain management is key. The non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs is something that works very well. It's a very good drug in taking care of urinary tract pains. They are strong, and they are also able to, they act by inhibiting prostaglandin synthesis, because most of this pain are mediated by prostaglandin production. So they inhibit the cyclooxygenase pathway, thus inhibiting prostaglandin synthesis and give some relief. And they also have a way, they also mediate the action by reducing the pressure within the obstructed urinary tracts. Yes, opioids can be an option where needed for those who have malignancies and maybe pain control is a problem. There's a room to step up some of this pain management. Other things that can be given will depend on what the cause of the pain is. I want to talk on relief of obstruction. Urethral catheterization is common to everybody, but it's a life-saving procedure to the urologist, and we don't just look at it as performing a urethral catheterization. It's a sterile procedure which should be carried out using the appropriate technique. I say appropriate technique because we have discovered that most of the urethral injuries and most of even the strictures, a good number of them are iatrogenic, either by other healthcare workers not following the appropriate technique. So in talking about the appropriate technique, we want to maintain asepsis. We want to ensure that there's an indication for this catheterization in the first place. So we must confirm the indication. We want to also select the appropriate catheter size, the appropriate catheter type, and this will be determined by the age of the patient and also the intended function of that catheterization. What do I mean by intended function? In terms of what we intend to drain. If it's just urine, clear urine, it's not going to be as viscous as if you are draining pus, or the indication for the hematuria for the catheterization is hematuria. In such cases, you need catheters with a larger lumen so that they can drain because they are more viscous. Also, okay, before I proceed, this is just to show, various catheter types that are available. It's not exhaustive, but I think if we have an idea of this, it goes a long way. This is a latex Foley's catheter, commonly available, cheap. But the world has moved on from this point, but I can understand our challenges in this part of the world. The problem with this is because of the latex, some people are allergic to it, and they may react when you use it. And the ensuing inflammatory reaction can give some urethral stricture in the long run. So what is preferred now is the silicone-coated catheters. Yes, they are more expensive, but in the long run, the choice of using it will save you, is cheaper when you look at the complications that can occur. This above here is also a silicone catheter, but the difference between this catheter and this is, you can see this is a straight tip, but this has a curved tip. That's one difference. The other difference is that this has larger drainage lumens. That's larger drainage lumen. In fact, there's a big one at the tip here. So this is an hematuric catheter. As the name implies, is the best option if you have a patient having hematuria. This is the best type of catheter to pass. The larger lumen allows the catheter to drain freely without getting blocked. Also, if you have a patient with bladder tumor who may have necrotic tissue, it's preferable to use this. So in selection, the intended drainage will help determine what you should take. Another advantage of this catheter, this curved tip, is where you have an enlarged prostate. This curve, and you have a difficult or you are unable to catheterize easily, this curve has the advantage of negotiating the prostate. And as such, you might succeed with this type of catheter because when it gets here, it's able to climb over, the obstruction that the prostate poses and glides smoothly into the bladder. So, well, these are three-way catheters. This is a port for inflating the balloon. This is for drainage, and this can be used for irrigation or if you have medications to instill. Okay, so when catheterizing, what are those things that may pose a challenge? Having selected the appropriate size and type, it's important that we use an anesthetic lubricant. Well, in most places they use KY jelly, but that is not what is advocated. KY jelly is just a lubricant with no anesthetic property. The xylocaine gel is available, and it is advocated that it should be used. And a single tube is meant for a single patient. The whole tube is meant to be emptied into the urethra, and the gel should be retained for 3 to 5 minutes so that its effects can come into action. That way, the patient is more relaxed, and the catheterization is likely to be smoothly done. The lubrication will also ensure that the chances that traumatic injuries from the catheter occur is minimal. Another thing is there are maneuvers that can be done when one is having challenges, especially in the males. One can straighten out the penis to make the urethra more straight, and it is hoped that this will help the catheter going. One should be careful to ensure that urine drains from the port before inflating, because the catheter may not be in the bladder. So having passed the catheter to the Y junction, a gentle pressure, gentle sustained suprapupillary pressure should be put and ensure that one sees urine before inflating. And when inflating the balloon, the quantity of water, we prefer water, either sterile water or tap water. We discourage using normal saline or Savlon because it can crystallize. and it can make it difficult for you to get out this fluid subsequently. And such a catheter can be retained. So we prefer either tap water or sterile water. When inflating, the amount of fluid to inflate the balloon is usually written the minimum or the maximum amount that that catheter can take, the balloon of that catheter can take, is usually documented on the catheter. So one should ensure to look at that to guide the amount of fluid to put in. And when putting the fluid into the balloon, when inflating the balloon, one should look at the patient's face and one should not force it. It should move smoothly. Any form of resistance, it means one should reevaluate the whole procedure again. And if you are unable to pass after successive attempts, then consider referring the patient to a specialist. So these are just some of the do's, the don'ts I had earlier mentioned. For this is another place I want to crave our indulgence. We should not force our way into the bladder. Sometimes people use, with the aid of metals, bougies, catheter introducer, they tend to force their way in. I will tell us the danger of this later. Okay, so this is the IgG of a patient. This shows a short segment structure. You can see most of these other parts, the lumen, the outline of the lumen is smooth. So this is just where the problem lies. And the beauty of this is anytime a repair is going to be done, it's going to be easier because you can just get here, excise the structure segment, and join the intervening two segments. But this is a patient who has had some forceful passage. So you can see the whole outline is abnormal. In fact, there is a forced passage here that has been created. And the problem with this is subsequent repair will be difficult and the chances of failure are higher. And I don't think we should subject such patients to this type of complications whenever possible. So what do? We divert such urine where the expertise is available. These are some of the complications. You know, it's a common procedure in most of the primary healthcare. So we should ensure that the indication is there. Patient is in retention, one is unable to pass a catheter, or in cases of urethral trauma, a patient is bleeding for urethra, we don't need to characterize such a patient. We should just try and do an SPC, suprapulmonary cystostomy for the patient. There are some patients who present with necrotizing soft tissue infection, in which the whole scrotum and even parts of the anterior abdominal wall may be necrotic. And where it is confirmed that there is a stricture causing that, it's better to divert such a urine. Sorry. Okay. So the care, we need to be wary. These are contraindications. Most of them are relative, but I want us to take notes of this, the bladder tumor. We must always bear in mind that where there's a bladder tumor, SPCs should be completely avoided. So what may give this out is if a patient is having hematuria, having necturia, you're able to palpate a bladder mass, or there's room where ultrasound is readily available, you can quickly do a quick scan just to confirm. This is an ultrasound image showing the bladder of a patient, and you can see that this patient has a growth within the bladder. So it's better to avoid doing SPC in such a patient like this for obvious reasons. One may go directly into the tumor and provoke troublesome bleeding. But the other more important reason is the fact that once you do this, you actually upstage the tumor. So it's like converting a stage 3 disease to a stage 4 disease, and the disease now moves more rapidly. In such situations, we may prefer to divert the urine from a higher level above the bladder. So yes, a starved SPC is also common. These are just some of the things to pay attention to. I won't take so much time there. So, but I just want to talk about the availability and use of a cystofix. It's something that if it is available, can make our work a lot easier. And with this, you can easily puncture into the bladder and thread, you remove the trocar and then thread the catheter through the sheath into the bladder, inflate the balloon and remove the sheath. But the drawback of doing a star SPC is you must always have you must ensure the patient has a full bladder. If the bladder is not full, don't attempt doing a star SPC because you might enter into surrounding structures. Another area I want to discourage, if possible, is the use of suprapubic aspiration. Often patients will present with, in retention, catheter cannot be passed and they keep tapping from the anterior abdominal wall. Why this is discouraged is because you have to make multiple passes to drain. And because it's a convenient way out, the patient's management is going to be delayed because the patient won't be sent in a good time to go and get a definitive treatment. Now, the multiple punctures that are being done also allows urine to seep into the perivesical spaces. And this will also serve as a focus of infection in those places. And even subsequent surgeries may become more difficult because of this. So wherever possible, we should try and avoid it, except it's the last resort. And then in this case, we just do it once and ensure the patient is referred to where he can get appropriate help. So I've talked about this, why it's no longer advised. So infection and all that. I want to talk about some complications that may occur following relief of urine retention. One is hematuria. Following relief of urine retention, it's not uncommon to see the patient having blood in his urine. So it's usually good to educate and counsel the patient appropriately even before starting. Previously, people used to say, okay, you drain gradually to avoid this complication. But current meta-analysis has shown that there's no difference between whether you drain rapidly or gradually. If the material is going to occur, it's going to occur, but then the complication can be easily managed. So the other parts or complication I want to talk about is that of the post-obstructive diuresis. Whenever we have a patient with chronic urine retention, while acute urine retention is an emergency because of the pain, chronic urine retention is never an emergency. We should not just pass catheter for the patient and send the patient home. Whenever we are not ready, either the patient is not ready or the doctor is not going to be available, there's no point starting the process of relieving that retention. While it is urgent, it's not an emergency for chronic urine retention. And the key reason for that is because of this entity called post-obstructive diuresis. So it's just excessive passage of urine that occurs following relief of retention. And in this scenario, the patient will pass usually more than 200 mils per hour of urine for more than 2 consecutive hours. Whenever we are able to demonstrate this following relief of retention, the patient is said to have post-obstructive diuresis. I won't want to bore you on why this occurs, but it's important to note that because a lot of solute has been retained over time, following the relief of this retention, it's only natural for the body in trying to maintain homeostasis to let out most of the retained urea, glucose, sodium, and all this will be accompanied by water. So the patient will pass large volumes of urine. So the ideal thing is to admit the patient if a patient presents with chronic urine retention, to secure an intravenous line and take samples, serum, urea, electrolyte, and creatinine. And then you have a patent line to manage in case the patient goes into shock. I'm saying this because we've seen scenarios where a catheter was just passed and the patient was allowed to, asked to go on, and the patient kept diuresing to the point of going into shock and passing on. So to avoid this, it's better to admit the patient for observation and monitor. And once you are sure the patient is not diuresing, it's not making more than 200 mils for more than 2 consecutive hours, then you can say, okay, it's safer to allow the patient to go home. Now, in monitoring these patients, of course, if you retrieve the serum, urea, and electrolytes, and it's markedly elevated, you don't just pass the catheter and remove it. These patients should be on continuous bladder drainage until the renal function normalizes. And it's important to quickly get a definitive treatment in this case. So monitoring is key. This diagram is just showing a patient with a full bladder. Patient is in retention. The good thing about patient with chronic urinary retention is they are not in pains, and they may even, some of them have overflow incontinence, so they may tell you that they are voiding well, there's no problem. So our role at the primary healthcare level, patients with failed catheterization, of course, once, if we're able to do the SPC to divert the urine, we refer the patient for definitive treatment. Patient with bilateral obstruction, a patient that is not passing any urine, and you are being able to demonstrate that it's from obstruction, it's important to refer this patient immediately. Patients who have developed renal impairment, we must consider referring the patient after stabilizing the patient. Patients with sepsis of shock, resuscitate and refer for definitive treatment. Patients with malignancy or suspicion of malignancy is important because every time counts to refer. Now, for patients who have a solitary kidney, any form of obstruction is an emergency for us because that's the only kidney the patient has, and we cannot afford to allow anything to happen to that kidney because the process, even if the money is available, the cost of getting a new kidney is so enormous. So anytime the patient has a solitary kidney and obstruction has been demonstrated, we should take it as an emergency. And when I say solitary kidney, it doesn't mean the patient has only one kidney. Solitary kidney can be anatomical or functional. Functional in the sense that somebody has 2 kidneys, but in reality, it's only one that is functioning. The other one is gone. It's also treated as solitary kidney. So at the primary healthcare level, our role is to educate patients on prevention. I've talked about catheterization. We can educate our colleagues. We can educate the other healthcare workers where catheterization is being performed by them on how to do this properly. We should educate patients who needs to be on urethral catheter on why it should be on urethral catheter, because some of them may go somewhere else and ask them to remove it. Our role also includes providing resuscitation whenever necessary. We should identify and relieve obstruction and prompt referral of these patients. So I would like to conclude by saying the prognosis is usually good when detection is early and appropriate treatment is instituted. When the patient presents late and complications are set in, prognosis is poor. Prognosis in those with unilateral obstruction is going to be better than those with bilateral obstruction. Those who have superimposed infection or malignancy tend to have a worse prognosis than those without. So in conclusion, I would like to say prompt recognition stabilization and prevention of complication and timely referral are important for definitive care. I would like to stop here and thank you for listening. These are my references.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for this detailed presentation. Obstructive uropathy. It's a common occurrence in our respective hospitals. And in this case, our focus is with the primary healthcare. That is how this should be managed at the primary healthcare level. And I think the presenter took his time, to refresh our minds. Some of us know of all these things, or some of these things rather, when we're undergoing training in medical school, and thereafter, we've not heard, some of this teaching. So it is quite a refreshing moment. We have been reminded of some things and we have learned new things. And I believe at the same time, we have unlearned some things, because in the course of this practice, we get to see a lot of things. And of course, medicine is quite dynamic. So thank you, sir, for teaching us new things and for reminding us a lot of things. Therefore, I will, at this point, open the floor for questions and comments. We're going to entertain questions and comments. And if you have any, you can indicate by raising up your hand. And after doing that, I'll recognize you and you talk. So while we're waiting for others to raise up their hand, I will check the chat box. I think I can see some questions there. A question raised by Dr. Peter Teru. It goes to us: how frequent should a catheter be changed for those with chronic retention before definitive treatment? I take that question again. How frequent should a catheter be changed for those with chronic retention before definitive treatment?
Okay, thank you very much.
We await others. I think the presenter can go on to shed more light there. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. The frequency of catheter change will depend on the type of catheter. For the latex catheter that I showed, it is advocated it's changed every 2 to 3 weeks. But if you have the silicone catheter, it can stay for up to 12 weeks. That's 3 months. So we change every 3 months.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. I think in fact, you see, like I said, we're learning new things. All these things I'm getting, in fact, especially that of the silicone catheter. I'm hearing it for the first time. So I know even if I've not learned anything, this single thing alone, I'll go to bed a better person. So I believe we're learning. So if you have questions, this topic is quite detailed, and the presenter took his time to do justice to this. So I actually expect a lot of questions. And while we're thinking of the questions, let me give you a little story. I happened to be somewhere a couple of weeks ago, and a certain elderly man, I think he is a pastor. He went for a crusade, and of course, this man had BPH, and he was catheterized somewhere. And while he attended that crusade, they prayed for him, and Baba believed that he was already healed. And somehow, Baba removed that catheter. I don't know how he got to do that at the crusade ground. And while he was there, after some hours, urine kept on gathering in the bladder. Baba thought he could urinate by himself. But somehow he couldn't do that. And Baba picked, the old catheter and rushed to a primary health care. Baba was sweating and crying. When I got there, in fact, he gave it to the staff there. They should please put this in for him. And thank God I was there. I said, no, we can't put this. They should quickly bring a new catheter and catheterize Baba. So Baba was in pain. He was sweating. They should just put it. I said, no. And if I wasn't there, probably the staff on duty would have, put it back. for Baba. But thank God I was there, I intervened, and they brought a new one. I personally did that for Baba. You see, at primary healthcare, because we're talking of primary healthcare level, and especially in Taraba State, we don't have doctors manning the respective primary healthcares we have. I know if you go to Lagos and other like urban centers, you have doctors manning primary healthcare centers. But in Taraba, we have deficiency of doctors. And so we cannot afford to have doctors there for now. Therefore, I think with this knowledge that our revered teacher and consultant has shared with us, it will be good at NMA level. We, step down this training, if possible, through the Primary Healthcare Development Agency, so that this knowledge can get to those people at the primary healthcare. It won't be surprised when you go there, you find out even some of their in charges, they may not be able to catheterize. It's possible. And remember, we said that catheterization is an aseptic procedure. So if you go there, some of them can just use even ordinary latex glove, and they will not follow, the lay down process in doing that. So this is a suggestion from me that we should make sure this knowledge we have gained trickle down to the primary healthcare center. We are doctors and we're getting this in, but we're talking of primary healthcare level, and doctors are not there. So let us think about this. I'm putting this in to the leadership of NMA. Thank God I'm one of them. So we're going to discuss that and see how this knowledge gets to them. So thank you. I believe while I was telling my story and talking, probably some questions came up. So I'm going to move to the chat box to entertain some of those questions. And okay, I have one from Dr. Sonen Atinge. Before then, let me read this first. Dr. Sonen Atinge. All right, go on. Let me entertain that question first.
Okay, sir. Good evening. Good evening, teacher. Thank you for a wonderful delivery. Although I wanted to draw your attention to, I tried to raise my hand, I don't know where, but then I wanted to draw your attention to, I think there were about two questions before the one you read. One talking about using tap water to inflate balloon. And he's raising the concern that some tap water contains salt like calcium, won't it crystallize? Then the second one by Dr. Teru, using analgesic lubricant, won't it max pain and increase risk of injury to the urethra? And then on a lighter note, I'm sure the miracle that you performed by passing that urethral catheter is far much more than the miracle that Baba said he got at the crusade ground. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gabriel, for that. I believe our teacher has listened to those questions. I was actually going to read them, but thank you for helping me out, Dr. Gabriel. So the presenter, you have the floor to answer and clarify us more pertaining with regards to those questions, sir.
So yes, let me start from the second question on what if the anesthetic will mask. Your aim is not to mask pain. Of course, you don't want the patient to be in pain, but the main thing is it's a discomforting procedure. If you know somebody who has ever had a catheter passed, if you use the anesthetic gel, the patient won't even know when you pass the catheter, because some of the resistance we do face is because the patient is apprehensive, patient is anxious, patient has had a terrible experience in the past. So before you even start the procedure, he is tense. And if he's not relaxed, he won't even open the sphincter for you, the internal sphincter, so that the catheter can even pass. So you may just be struggling. But when he's relaxed and he's not feeling anything, he won't know when you even pass it in. That's the beauty of the anesthetic gel. So it won't mask the pain because it's only going to work at the level of the urethra anyway. The other question on the tap water, well, we've not had that experience in the past because most of the water, the tap water doesn't have those small solutes. If you pick a normal saline and look into it, you may be able to detect some of those tolues. When they crystallize and they form in such a way that you cannot deflate that balloon, then you have already created another new problem. So how do you remove it? And if it's not somebody that is experienced, it may even end up injuring the urethra and all that. So, and that's why we advocate that they should use sterile water or plain tap water. So whenever possible, because you see, the catheter should be changed frequently, but you can be surprised that some patients will disappear and come back after months for a catheter that is supposed to be changed every 2 weeks. In fact, we've seen scenarios where a stone would have formed around the balloon of the catheter such that you cannot even remove the catheter now. You need to go and operate the patient to remove the catheter. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, to a good, I think to a very good extent that question has been answered. Thank you very much, sir. So we're going to entertain more questions from the chat box. A question from Dr. Dio Aldo. He says, sir, is bulging still allowed? That is from Dr. Dio. And the next question is from Dr. Nkanta. He said, a lot of surgeries, including cesarean sections and some gynecological operations, are done recently in some PSC's clinic in Taraba State. And some present with features of obstructive uropathy. What is your opinion on such surgery being performed in those facilities? Secondly, say, what are the measures to prevent injuries that can cause obstructive uropathy during gynecological and obstetric surgeries? I believe you got that question, sir. Or rather, the questions. The first one, it has to do with bougie. Is it still allowed?
Yes.
Hello, I don't know if we're still together. All right.
The question on village. Yes, hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
We try to discourage it, except if it's going to be performed by the specialist. By that, I believe what it means is the act of doing serial dilatation is reserved for a select group of patients. You have some patients who have an incomplete short segment stricture. They are on the elderly side, so they are not likely to withstand surgery. You may choose to, do the bougie, which is done once every year, usually on their birthday, as a form of management. But the urologist will be the one to decide that. And there are specific techniques for doing that so that it's not traumatic. The aim is just to stretch the scar, not inflict new injuries. And you have to use the right types of bougies. And they come in varying sizes, and you go in that order with proper lubrication. And you don't force it, so you must know when to stop, where to start, and where to stop. So why I'm discouraging it is a lot of people will use anything they see, any metal, from catheter introducer, from uterine sound, which may not be appropriate, and force their way in. That is going to do more damage. So we discourage it completely. In fact, current teaching, we don't want to be talking about it as part of the management options. You either do a urethroplasty or do some of the other endoscopic procedure, because more than often, it's not a cure in itself. It's just a temporary solution. So it will keep reoccurring. You have to continue the process. At some point, you're likely to create injuries, urethral trauma, bleeding, forced passage is likely to occur. With time, the patient may have some numbness and even some peroneal disease or even problems related to having a proper erection. So we discourage it completely where possible. The issue of questions on gynecological surgeries leading to obstructive uropathy. Yes, everywhere. In fact, as part of gynecologist training, they are encouraged to spend some time doing urology posting too, because we recognize these complications. More often than not, because of the close proximity of the bladder and the uterus, along with the ureters, when they do these surgeries and you have some troublesome bleeding, in trying to control those bleeding, they can clamp blindly. And of course, you can clamp the ureter. It will look like a blood vessel on table. And at that point, because you're already under pressure, the patient is losing blood, you want to ligate or tie whatever you can tie. And you can incorporate the ureters into that your tie. Well, the bleeding will stop, the patient will survive, but then there's another new problem waiting. The patient can pass urine, there's a ureteric injury, which can progress to be a renal injury. So, but on my take on whether this should be done or not, again, if you have a life-threatening condition and you don't have time to refer a patient, the onus is now to decide, should I take the risk and operate and salvage the patient's life, or I just leave the patient to chance? So I may not be able to blame them completely, because in a number of cases, it's done with the best of intention. But in some cases, you have people dabbling into what they are not proficient into. I don't subscribe to that. And I think the authorities should look for a way to actually minimize such practices. How do we reduce these injuries? It's by having a proper knowledge of the anatomy of the female genital and urinary tracts. You know the cause of the ureter. So it's always good to revise one's books before, even if you have done a surgery up to 100 times. It's always good to revise. You will still see new things. And if you imbibe the habits, you get better as the day goes by. So if you have a good knowledge of if one has a good knowledge of the anatomy, you know where you know how the ureters appear, you know where it passes through, you know the points at which they are likely to be ligated. It's usually when they are doing a common surgery where this occurs, when they are doing hysterectomy, they can easily do that. Sometimes when patients are going to have CS for cesarean section, maybe obstructed labor or whatever, sometimes they forget to empty the bladder before starting the surgery. When the bladder is full, it comes into the suprapubic region. And we've seen where babies have been delivered through the bladder. Go through the bladder, they go into the uterus, they deliver without even recognizing that they have injured the bladder in some cases. So it's to follow appropriate principles, proper lightening. But I know that in cases where probably you are the only one available within a radius of maybe 100, 200 kilometers, and the patient or the baby is likely to go, you are not, or the woman may die if you don't do anything. In such cases, people will still take the risk and say, okay, let the patient live, and then we can sort out the complications later. But a proper knowledge of the anatomy, proper instruments, proper lightening will go a long way in. And then there may be room for, refresher courses or update courses that may look into some of these things. Some institutions can also invite people to come over, spend some time, and also you can do some cases with those on ground, and this will go a long way in mitigating this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the explanation. We have a lot of comments on the chat box, but because of time, we may not be able to take them one after the other. But trust me, they are all good. The lecture has been, so educating and quite interesting, and we are grateful. But then there is a concern raised by one of us, because we are talking of referral. We talked of referral, therefore he asks of your clinic days in FMC, so that if he has any case, he can refer to you. And also, maybe in 30 seconds or thereabout, someone asks of how to identify solitary kidney in case that could not be, in case that wasn't elicited from the history. So maybe you attend to those questions in a minute or thereabout.
Okay, so thank you very much. For the solitary kidney, a proper ultrasound may pick just one kidney. Sometimes ultrasound scans are done for a different reason, and then you just discover that the patient has only one kidney. So ultrasound scan can pick it. But where the ultrasound scan is unable to locate any of the kidneys, then it's better to do a CT urography, computed tomography urography. So that will look for wherever the kidney is and tell you. Sometimes it's not that the patient has a solitary kidney. Some people may have what we call an ectopic kidney. So you have one kidney in the normal place, the other kidney is not where it's supposed to be. But by and large, imaging with, if there's need to put contrast, will locate the kidney wherever it is. Sorry, I can't remember the second question. I know there was a second question I was supposed to comment on.
He asked of your clinic day.
Okay,
your clinic days,
the
rather,
clinic
so
day
that he can
here
refer
is,
patients to you.
the clinic day is on Monday here in
Okay.
Jalingo. Though I'm on leave and I'm about rounding up, but their clinic day is on Monday.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. I can see that Dr. Solen and our medical elder, Dr. Apake, they share the same opinion I raised earlier. So I believe they are well noted. And we have good comments all over the chat box, and we say we're grateful. Because of time, we're going to bring the presentation to an end. We want to say a very big thank you to you. I would like to give this privilege to the NMA chairman, who is amongst us here, to give us a vote of thanks. And after that, I will make a brief announcement, and we will call it a day. Is it a day or night now? So, Mr. Chair, please, you have the floor.
Hello? Hello?
Go on, sir.
Am I audible?
You are audible. Go on, sir.
We can hear you.
All right. Distinguished colleagues, my respected facilitators, and the CME committee, good evening. It is
sir.
indeed my honor and privilege to deliver this vote of thanks at the close of this enlightening continuing medical education session. First and foremost, we give glory to Almighty God for the success of today's session. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to our distinguished facilitators, Professor Difa and Dr. Afolayan, for the rich and insightful and thought-provoking presentation delivered today. Your wealth of knowledge and practice guidance have broadened our understanding, and it has reminded us of our continuous duty to keep improving in the care of humanity. I also want to thank all our participants and colleagues for creating time to attend, for your attention and for your contribution that has made this session interactive and so impactful today. Our gratitude will extend to the organizing committee for their commitment, planning, and seamless coordination that ensured the smooth running of today's program. As we leave here today, I pray that we continue to translate the knowledge gained into improved patient care and professional excellence. So on behalf of the Nigerian Medical Association, I once again say a big thank you to everyone, especially our facilitators, and for the organizing committee and our facilitators who are in the organizing venue. I will say safe journey back to your various destinations, and may we continue to advance the cause of quality healthcare in our community. I will say a big thank you and well done for the insightful presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that wonderful vote of thanks. A little announcement before we exit the platform. The CME continues tomorrow, and by the grace of God, tomorrow being Friday, there are 3 topics to be taken. And the first one is identifying common mental illness in medical practice. And the second one is management of morbidly adherent placenta, a current trend. And the third one is debunking myths about dentistry. So you can make it a time with us tomorrow again. And hopefully we are going to commence by 2 p.m. And by the grace of God, we believe all the sessions are going to be very interesting and entertaining and educative, just like we have enjoyed tonight's one. So let's make it a time. We should try to be online in good time so that we'll finish in good time and face other activities. Thank you so much on behalf of the chairman of the CME committee. We say we are grateful for making our time to be with us. I am yours in service, Dr. Isaiah Unato. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, colleagues.
Good night, all.
Dr. Bright, thank you for a job well done. You are doing well.
Thank you, sir.